do 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 do. All right. Now it's time to start the stream. All right. Welcome back. I know it's that buffer on that starting screen was up for a minute, but it's good to be back. Um, this particular stream is just me studying for my office exam. That I'll be taking shortly. Once again, if you wasn't watching my previous stream yesterday, I stated that I was taking my office exam for the Merchant Marines for the U.S. Coast Guard, and I took my first test December 9th, all 5 tests. Out of the 5 tests, I only passed one. That was electrical, which is technically my primary job function at the moment, working as an electrician for MSC, Military Sealift Command. I scored 98, 96%. Only missed 2 questions, so whatever that is out of 70. So 68 out of 70. The rest of the test I didn't do really good at all. Motors was my second highest subject, where I scored in the mid 60s to high 60s. Just wasn't a 70 enough to pass. Generals, I scored in the 50s. Didn't do good in that. And safety, I scored in the 50s. Didn't do good in the safety. So what you gonna be seeing me doing these for the up until February 9th. So this particular part of the stream I'll be doing will be called Road to February 9th. You know, planning to take my officer exam for the second time. So what you see in front of you is this U.S. Coast Guard exam practice. You know, this is for the Merchant Marine side. I'm pretty sure some of these questions correlates with the stuff that some job functions for the active duty Coast Guard, but I'm not sure. Didn't serve in the Coast Guard. Served in the U.S. Navy. So let me get started. Just going through some questions for a few hours. I have some other study material that I can go over to study for this exam. The goal is to pass the test and become an officer. More responsibility with that. That's, with anything in life, I guess, is moving up. Want to be a supervisor, want to lead a department. That's my ultimate goal, is to lead my department on a vessel or a company that I work for. But before I can do that, I have to pass this test. All right. We're going to get started, answer some questions. Some questions going to be wrong. This is just, to give me the knowledge and just to remember these questions. Basically, it's just to remember these questions. A lot of the equipment that I haven't came across, obviously, I'm not going to be as familiar with that equipment or how it operates. But a lot of stuff I have seen, just not routinely. That was correct. First one. What's an alternative to burning oil residue sludge? Oil sludge residue may be burned in a boiler or engine, and it may be burned only in unrestricted waters other than ports. If I'm not mistaken, that's the correct answer. two for two, but you know, okay, I'm bound to miss some. What is the operating principle upon which a bubble tube system operates in a indicating liquid tank level? I remember seeing this question on the test. I don't remember if I got it correct. The air pressure required to force air bubbles into the liquid near the top of the tank is proportional to the in the tank. So do you force air in the top of the tank or the bottom of the tank? I'm gonna go with the top. And I'm gonna say it's directly proportional versus inversely proportional. The air pressure force required to force the air bubbles into the liquid near the bottom. I'm gonna say the top. Oh, it was the bottom. See, I was close, but it is proportional. That air has a direct effect on the bubbles. Okay. God dang, I should have went. Too bad you can't go back in these. I would have went back and marked it. If the bearing of a piece of machine are fed by a lubricating oil system, what statement is true? So the lube oil pump, the lube oil pump draw suction on the lube oil reservoir slash sump and discharge to the lube oil gravity tank. The bearing, then the gravity feeds the bearing and return oil to the lube oil reservoir. The lube oil pump draw suction on the lube oil gravity tank. No. So it can only be A, B, or C because it can't. Well, I'm driving on no gravity tank. It's gravity tank. You don't need to draw suction. It just drops down. Lube oil pump draw suction on the lube oil reservoir slash sump and discharge directly to the bearing. All right. The lube oil draw suction on the lube oil reservoir slash sump and the discharge to the bearing. The return oil then gravity drains. No. It can't be D. D don't make sense. So I think it's A or B. So I'm gonna go with A or B. I'm gonna read it again. The lube oil draws a suction on the lube oil reservoir and discharge to the lube oil. So if the bearing of a piece of machinery are fed by gravity system, so then I'm gonna go with A. Hopefully it's right. Oh yeah, it was right, baby. Let's go. Heavy pressure on the end of a file will cause the work surface to become heavy pressure on a file. Tapered, rounded, rough, smooth, smooth, rounded. Okay. Heavy pressure on the end of a file will cause the work surface to become rounded. That's if it's a rounded file, though. What about those square files? You know, I'm gonna mark that one. What statement is true concerning liquid desiccant cargo hold dehumidification system? Water vapors from the humid air inlet from the cargo hold is condensed and absorbed into liquid desiccant by means of heating coils located in chamber. Water from the nope, no water. Nope, it ain't water, right? It's vapors. Water vapors from the humid air inlet from the cargo hold is condensed and absorbed into liquid desiccant by means of a cooling coil. I don't say C because you can't use a heating coil. Heating coil won't condense nothing. You need cooling coils. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Man, I need to get these some sounds or something. That's crazy. Cha-ching, cha-ching. I need to figure out how I can get sounds into my stream. Ooh. Ooh. Before disconnecting a joint in a pipeline, you should be sure no pressure exists in the line. What should be done if localized scoring is discovered on a pump shaft sleeve during routine maintenance inspection? Reassemble the pump and provide water leak off. Reassemble the pump and set it together slow. Check for a parallel alignment of the sleeve radial face of the sleeve bore. Correct the cause of the scurrying and install a new shaft sleeve. See, sometimes these questions be very simple, very easy. Everything is wrong except one answer, and it's obvious. But then sometimes some questions be extremely wordy and not easy to decipher because it'd be wordy, and sometimes the difference between the right answer and the wrong answer is one word, and its placement. It'd be crazy sometimes. And then he's like, oh man, I'm recognizing this, and then boom, you hit that one. Then ooh, it's wrong. Why is it wrong? Because that one word. Yeah, sometimes you gotta take your time when you're reading the questions, or the answer choices definitely. Which are the following statements concerning the system shown is correct? Ooh, the feed water. So let me enlarge it. Okay. It says the feed water gains heat in section 23. That's the evaporator. While the vapor gives up its heat in 24. The condenser. True. Jacket water absorb heat in the evaporator section while giving up heat. That's not right now. And 3. So where's 2 at? That's a return. So no, it will have. It don't require heat. He's being given by the engine. So the answer is, I'm gonna say B. B is correct. Now let me lower everything back on the page. Which of the following represent an acceptable practice for heavy fuel oil settling tank heating? When filled, heat the source. The heat source of the settling tank should be cut in and maintained at all times, regardless of the actual temperature. When filled, the heat source to the settling tank should be cut in and cut out to maintain enough to maintain the idle setting temperature and not allow the temperature to gradually fall. When filled, no heat. That's not right. You need heat. When filled, the heat source of the settling tank should be cut in until the ideal temperature is reached and secure, allowing the fuel to remain. If it's a heating tank, you don't turn off the heat. You probably using the heat because it's viscosity of it needs to be kept at a certain level, and then it helps while heating it and running it through the purifier. It also helps. Oh, I was wrong. Shit, I was wrong. Look at that. Wow. Okay, I was wrong. When filled, the heat source to the settling tank should be cut in until the ideal settling temperature is reached, then secure, allowing the fuel to remain maintained undisturbed as long as possible. Wow. Okay. Sure. Look at that. Didn't even think about that. Nope. I'm gonna have to mark that one so I don't forget it. I'm not saying I'm gonna forget it, but definitely a possibility of forgetting it. For sure. Why is discharge pressure of a herringbone gear pump steadier than the discharge pressure of a spur gear pump? One discharge phase began before the previous discharge phase has completed. I'm gonna go with A. Okay, A is correct. One discharge phase begins before the previous discharge phase has completed. Which of the following types of maintenance would be considered a reactive approach to maintenance as opposed to proactive? So corrective maintenance is more like a reactive. Probably the most useful troubleshooting tool used in a predictive maintenance management program for shipboard machinery and vibration meters, analyzers, and monitors. What is the term that represents the number of vibrations per cycle per unit time as a result of vibrating during the periodic motion? I always forget this one. I think it's vibration frequency. Vibration frequency. I always get it mixed up. I won't mark it because sometimes I have my moments where I'm like, dang, that was the wrong answer, and I knew the right answer at the back of the head, but in the back of the head it was telling me, nah, man, get that. That's not the right answer. This is the right answer. I had those moments all the time. So, all right. Kick it. When renewing spiral packing in a centrifugal pump stuffing box, after the packing is firmly seated, the packing gland should be loosened then retightened while the pump is running under normal pressure. Loosen until the gland clears the stuffing box. Loosen and then retighten. You wouldn't loosen the packing gland, then retighten it with the pump running. That don't make sense. Loosen, you want to loosen left in that position. Dang, it was loosen. Okay, so loosen, then retighten with the pump under normal conditions. Okay, it be like that sometimes. For sure, for sure, for sure. Do, 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 do. Such a. Oof. All right, next question. I don't know what's going on. Okay. One is informed by the owner that two of the vessels electrically driven centrifugal cooling water pumps will be replaced with two of higher capacity pumps. No modification of existing pipe will be involved. What should be your concern from an operational perspective? Let's see. Upgrading circuit breakers and controllers and possible increase of erosion of piping. Piping should be no concern. Electrical power should be no concern due to safety margins designed into the power system. One should not be concerned. So, for me, if we're installing higher capacity pumps, my thing as an electrician is, do we need higher circuit breakers? Because if you run higher capacity pumps, those pumps gonna have higher loads and amp draws, and might need higher starting torque. And so the circuitry, and the wiring and electrical portion of it might might be might make a difference. So just from an electrical standpoint, I'm gonna say circuit breakers and controllers and possible increase in erosion. I'm gonna go with A. I could be wrong. A was right. Mm, Not often do you for cooling systems. That's like major cooling system. Majority of the time, you don't really upgrade to a higher capacity pump, because the majority of the time, the pump rated for it is the pump rated for it. But uh, smaller equipment, you can upgrade pumps, no problem. Like portable equipment. Mm, But stuff that was like made for the ship plan, for the ship wiring system, like all that stuff is already designed for the electrical plant. So like those big old cooling pumps are already designated to have a certain draw. Now, if your switchboard can handle it, so you have spares on switchboards, and if you can allocate more electrical power, more current for giving a piece of equipment to upgrade it, then you can do it. But majority of the time, the equipment that's already there is already rated for the most efficient and best, not more, most efficient and efficient. What's the other word I'm looking for? I can't think of the other word, but basically, when they design the engine room plant, they design all the equipment. They take equipment from different companies and they put it into the electrical plant, and the electrical plant is designed to efficiently and effectively do the job of the engine room. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Which of the following problems would be a probable cause for a faulty operation of a reciprocated air compressor suction valve? Which of the following problem would be a probable cause for the faulty operation of a reciprocating air compressor suction valve? Faulty operation of a cylinder unloader. Cha-ching. That's why I really need to um, figure out a way to get that. What's the word I'm looking for? I need to figure out a way. What's the word I'm looking for? Figure out a way to get sounds into the string. Like, bing. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Many micrometers are equipped with a rationing stop. That's better. Many micrometers are equipped with a rationing stop at the end of the thimble to prevent the user from closing to what you want for and stop. You got that right. Shoot. What material is most commonly used as a sacrificial anode? Zinc. Even though conduct, even though conducting and employing a private group may be one of the least light aspects of a job manager, why are they important? Like, this is this part right here is really important. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so interviews, hiring process, really important. We had this Mariner female we were both on our first ship. This is just recently, this past June, July, August. Our first ship with MSC, and she's there as a second engineer. And from the from the jump, she did not want to work there as a second engineer. She wanted to work there as a second cargo. And mind you, she's making good money, and she has a sign-on bonus. So she refused to work there as a second engineer. So they promoted her to second cargo with no experience whatsoever. Under okay, I'm sorry. From the license by itself, she should be able to do second cargo, second engineering work regardless, because she holds a license of a second engineer. Cargo is just an auxiliary job where you do cargo operations. More than likely, you shouldn't be doing cargo operations if you never did cargo operations. So she should have been a second engineer, but she complained about that because she didn't want to have to stand watch, and she wasn't comfortable working in the engine room as a second engineer. Crazy. So they made her second cargo, and for about 3 weeks, 4 weeks, she was cool. But then you start to notice that she was not right up there. So most people go to work. In our line of work, we leave our house, home, and we go on ships. And we live there for our duration of our work schedule. So we in Malaga, Spain, and Malaga, Spain, and she's like, you know what? I want to take a day off, a few days off. Now, man, granted, taking days off in the week makes more sense than taking the weekends off because the weekends you get OT paid for the full weekend, so you would make more working on the weekend than you would make working throughout the week. So you just miss 2 work days or 3 work days, you make it back up for that weekend, so as if you never missed it. So she decided to go to like northern Spain because she said her family's from there. And she's like, "Oh my God, when will I ever get a chance to do this again?" So she decided to fly up to Spain and to northern Spain. Now we had a major job going on. It was a job for the MSD system, the VCHT, the sewage system treatment system, up for it for the Fort House for the Navy side. She decided that she was going to leave that day to go do her trip up to northern Spain. So she come back. She was complaining about not getting OT or not getting that hazards pay, penalty pay for working on the VCHT sewer system. But they didn't get it because, according to MSC, you can only get it if you're doing it during the days. So if you work at OT, you can't get OT on top of penalty. So she complained about that even though they didn't even get it. Long story short, if somebody would have interviewed her in person, or if the chief engineer on the vessel could have interviewed her in person, well, not in person, but over the phone, get to like, hey, what are you familiar with? How good can you do this? Are you competent in doing this, standing watch, or working on this equipment? If they could have interviewed her over the phone via Zoom, a lot of the problems that we had with that lady would have been a non-issue because she never would have made it to the vessel. Man, this I could, you know what? I could potentially do a whole series on this particular individual, if you know what I'm saying, which I probably might do. You know, make it a little series. What should I call it? You shouldn't be here. Yeah, I'm gonna call that. I mean, let me type that up in my notes. You shouldn't be here series. Yeah, let's get back to studying. But like I said, uh, The interviews will provide opportunity to provide feedback and motivate the employees. That's correct. But she needed a pre-board interview. No cap. All right. Fire and emergency training are three major components: knowledge section, skills section, and drills. What is the essential difference between skills section and drill? I think I had this same question on the test, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be mistaken because I'm mistaken for a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I be mistaken. Let me see. Skills and session and drill both provide crew members an opportunity to engage in practical exercise in realistic setting. Skills session provides crew members an opportunity to practice skills in a convenient training location, where a drill provides crew members an opportunity to engage in practical exercise in a realistic setting. I want to say B, but let's read C and D. Skills session and drill both provide members an opportunity to practice skills in a convenient location. Skill session provides crew member opportunity to engage in practical exercise in a realistic setting. No, I say B. B seems like the best choice. See, the clutch band of a constant tensioning mooring which must be set up tight enough to drive the winch drum and should slip only when. Hmm. The clutch band of a constant tensioning mooring which must be set up tight enough to drive the winch drum and should only slip when. So when should it slip? Automatically, automatic operation of the winch is desired. Minimum pull is exerted by the winch. Excessive loads are placed on the winch. Hmm. In my mind, it could either be excessive load placed on the winch or automatic operation of the winch is desired. I'm gonna go with automatic. Dang, it was C. Like I said, it was one of the two. I can see why it's C. I definitely can. Which of the following water generators has a operating principle that explores preheated seawater by causing it to undergo a pressure drop in vacuum? It won't be reverse osmosis. Osmosis don't work in a vacuum. Positive pressure pushing through membrane filters. That's how reverse osmosis works. I'm gonna go with flash type. For a lubricating oil, what is the relationship between viscosity and temperature? As, as the temperature of lubricating oil increases, the viscosity of the lubricating oil increase or decrease depending upon the lubricant. As temperature of the lubricating oil varies in different directions and the viscosity of the lubricant remain constant. Now, as temperature of the lubricating oil increases, the viscosity of the lubricating oil also increases. Just like with car or any oil, when temperature rise, the viscosity decreases. I'm not familiar with. I want to say A as a cop out. But I'm not familiar with any oils that increase the viscosity increase when temperature heats it. I'm gonna go with D, but I could be wrong. Yeah, D. See, a pipe or a Stilson winch functions best when. See, I'm not familiar with a pipe. I mean, I'm familiar with a pipe, but Stilson winch, not Stilson winch. Not familiar. So let me look that up real quick. See what a Stilson winch look like. I'm familiar with a pipe winch, crescent winch. Okay, so it's a regular pipe winch. Okay, don't know why. So I just couldn't just say pipe winch or Stilson winch. I never heard of Stilson winch. So, okay, just a pipe winch. The jaws are at the widest opening settings. No, the bite is taken midway up the jaw teeth. A maximum pull is exerted with one hand. Extension is placed. The best rinse function is best when the bite is taken midway up the teeth. It's either midway up the teeth or an extension is placed on a handle. Midway up the teeth, okay. Excessive loss in valve mechanism of a duplex reciprocating pump will cause the that was weird. For sure. Excessive loss in motion in the valve mechanism of a duplex reciprocating pump will cause the Cushing valve to I want to say Cushing valve pump to operate sluggishly. A loss of motion in the valve mechanism pump to stop mid-stroke. Pump stroke. The pump to short stroke contains at both ends of the stroke for both cylinders. Or the pump to operate sluggishly. I want to say. I want to say it could be any one of these. I don't know. Uh, decisions. Yeah, cuz. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay then. Okay then. Mm-hmm. Loss of motion in a valve mechanism of a duplex reciprocating pump will cause the loss of motion. I want to say wear the suction cushion. I mean cushion valve to wear. Dang, it was the pump to operate sluggishly. See, I was close. I was close. Marine Coast Coast Guard regulations concerning marine sanitation. Advice may be found in. Ugh. It's either 30 CFR 33 153 or 155. I don't remember these at all. 159. I gotta remember that. I had a lot of these CFR questions on my safety test, and uh, I gotta tell you, I did not do good at all. It was horrible. It was horrible. Ooh, ooh. What type of HVAC system is characterized by poor air distribution and ventilation and low system heat loads? Variable air volume system. Hydraulically servo operated automatic changeover valve. Utilizing two ram steering gear serves to allow an alternative main pump to start in a fully loaded condition, thus mm, prevent both units from operating simultaneously, which could result in doubling the flow of oil and pressure leading over to the pressure system. Prevent either pump from being hydraulically motorized when idle. I'm gonna go with D because I don't know the answer. It was C. Prevent either main pump from being hydraulically motorized when idle by a cross pressure flow. I can remember that one. I don't remember coming across that question. I might have came across it, but I don't remember coming across it. Who converted any type hydraulic pump to a hydraulic motor? Which of the following will have to be done? Provide one additional slot and valve. I don't remember. I seen this question. I did see this question at one point while I was studying, but I don't remember the answer. If I'm not mistaken, provide one additional slot and vein, or provide a spring between. I want to say provide a spring. It's either A or B. I'm gonna go with B. Okay? It was B. Process of elimination with a guess. That's all that was. Just a guess. By saying process of elimination, I make it sound smart, but it was just a hype. What's the not hypothetical? What a hypothesis? I forget what I need to say, man. It's crazy. I'm kind of sleepy right now. What would you do for a contact boy? Concerning cargo hold dehumidification, what statement is true? A cargo hold moisture content is increased by a certain. You don't want to increase it. Cargo hold moisture content is reduced by supplying relatively humid air from the outside and exhausting relatively dry air. No. Cargo hold moisture content is reduced by supplying relatively dry air from the outside and exhausting relatively humid air to the outside. Referring to illustrated huddling chamber safety valve, what statement concerning the blow down adjustment ring B is true? Right there, blow down adjustment ring. this picture. What statement is true concerning the blow down adjustment ring? B. Blow down adjustment ring. This little small little itty bitty part. Okay. Raising the blow down adjustment ring further decreases the area exposure to pressure. After the valve pops, as a result, the blow down will decrease. Raising the blow down adjustment ring further increases. See, these the pictures sometimes they be so putrid, hard to see, hard to understand what you're looking at. This ring B. Definitely not sure about this one. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. So I'm gonna guess. Educated guess. That's the word I was looking for. Educated guess. Raising the blow down adjustment ring further increase the area of pressure. Rate at the valve pop as a result. Does when it pops, does the blow down increase or decrease? I'm gonna go with decrease. I'm gonna go with by raising the blow down. No. By raising the blow down, further increase the area of exposure. Decrease. I want to say by raising the blow down, adjusting the ring, further decrease the area of exposure to pressure. After the valve pops, as a result, the valve blow down increases. I'm gonna go with C, and I'm gonna bookmark this answer because I want to make sure I remember. It was D. So it increased the area of exposure. Okay. If valve D is open during normal operation of a distiller, which other events would occur? So if valve D, where's valve D at? Okay, this valve right here. Let's go here, enlarge it. If valve D right here opens and you trace this line to the evaporator. So if valve D is open, the amount of vapors being formed in the evaporator will decrease. Because if this opens, the vapors that's in here, which is because it's the evaporator, will come out. It go out. Correct. All portable electric tools should have a ground connection to prevent electrical shock if the tool is shorted. Grounding the plastic case to ensure burning motor overload the motor from a short. I should know this answer. Okay, I do know the answer. Whatever. But I was about to pick something else. I ain't gonna tell you what I was about to pick. And a thermometer reads 850. What is the equivalent in Celsius? Celsius is lower than Fahrenheit. So I'm gonna say 190. It's either 454 or 490. 454. Yeah. No, Celsius. Yuck. I'm Fahrenheit, man. Fahrenheit. When replacing ball bearings on an electric motor shaft, you should apply pressure on the electric motor shaft. Oof. This was one of them questions I was talking about yesterday. If you are placing it onto a motor shaft, you can only use it to the inner race, because if you use the outer race, it will push the outer race and the inner race will get stuck. So you only need to push the inner race. I'm gonna clip that just because I had those stupid moments like I thought you knew the answer. Guess I didn't. As shown in figure A of the illustration, what statement is true concerning the voltage sensing unit? Voltage sensing unit. Three phase, which goes into and then to an amp. Okay, the voltage sensor delivers an AC signal voltage equal in magnitude to the alternator output voltage to the compactor. The voltage sensor delivers a relative load. Nope. There ain't no transformer or nothing into this. Okay. I'm gonna go with A. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go with A. That's just that don't make sense. It was B. Dude, I was wrong. A don't make sense. The voltage sensor delivers a relatively low voltage of DC signal voltage proportional to the alternator output voltage to the capacitor. Okay, so all right, okay, clip that one for sure. Back down to 200. Which of the following direct pressure measuring instrument is most appropriately used for measuring pressures very close to atmospheric pressure, such as boiler furnace draft pressure? Which one would you use? Is it a diaphragm type pressure gauge, bellow type, spiral helical, or boilers? I think boilers are like diaphragm. I'm diaphragm, bellows, and Burdon tubes. I think ain't Burdon tubes like low pressure. Like, I'm gonna try diaphragm. Diaphragm. Cool. See, got it right. Got it right. You know what I'm saying? The seat of a butterfly valve will most likely be constructed of. I don't know this one. I haven't ran across this one yet. A resilient material. It's a metal. The seat is like. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say B. A resilient material. Okay. Okay. Didn't know that one for sure. Just didn't know that one. A Coast Guard engineering license can't be suspended or revoked for having your wages garnished and being responsible for an oil spill, failure to attend safety means convicted of a misdemeanor. I want to say conviction of a misdemeanor, sure, and being responsible for an oil spill. Anybody license can be convicted for this. I want to go with being responsible for an oil spill, sure. See, that makes sense because anybody can be convicted of a misdemeanor and get removed. So that should have been like a no-brainer. What's more special for an engineer? Being responsible for an oil spill. Copy that. Excess brine accumulated in the distiller shown in the illustration is removed during normal operations by the constant actions of the injector. 22 is the injector is connected to the condenser right here. While circulating heat of sulfuric acid through a feed water heater of a flash evaporator for the purpose of scale removal. What would be an indication of successful removal? This question keeps popping up, so I'm gonna just pin it because they really want me to get it right for some reason. A successful removal, no change in color. No change in color, remaining at red with a pH of 0.2 and no more vented than carbon dioxide. Excuse me. According to International Convention for Safety Life at Sea, SOLAS, how often are fire emergency drills to be conducted at sea or import? So, we conduct drills every week on a lot of ships I've been on, but if I'm not mistaken, it's only a monthly requirement. Ooh, it's weekly. God damn. Okay. I could have sworn they said you only had to conduct drills, fire and bow drills. I guess once a month is definitely not enough, but that's what it should be. Motherfuckers don't be wanting to do these things at all. All right. Which of the following statement concerning the arrangement of system is true? Potable water pump, so positive displacement type requires a vacuum primer if the primer system is located above the tank. I'm gonna click that one because I might forget. What is M? Ooh, it's hard. M is hard to tell. Sheesh. I make it really big. Really big. Really big. Really. Oh, well, I was looking at this image, but if you look at this image right here, M is on the evaporator side, condenser side at the top. We'll say jacket water heater, jacket water inlet. When a low When a low carbon steel is undergoing heat treatment for the purpose of cast hardening, what is the process that distinguishes this procedure from other hardening methods? After steel is heated above its critical temperature, it's quenched in cold water. I'm not familiar with a carbon bath is. It's heated above its heat temperature. It's quenched in a carbon bath. I'm not familiar with a carbon bath. Maybe it has some properties that helps it. Possibly. The primary function of a flame safeguard, as used in an automatically fired auxiliary boiler, is to prevent explosions in the boiler. Which of the following statement represent the main difference between a stuffing box gland and a mechanical seal for the shaft of a centrifugal punch? Pump. Don't know why I said punch. Pump. This light is bright. Let me turn it down. Ooh. I feel like I was being blinded to death. But that light does help me stay awake. Because I be getting drowsy like a mug. For real. Good. Okay. A stuffing box. Gland are subject to wear. Stuffing box must be cooled by liquid. If a packing failed, if packing failed, then a pump can be kept from temporarily by tightening the gland. But if mechanical seal failed, it must be totally renewed to stop the leakage. If a vessel is to be laid up for an extended period of time with minimum utilities provided, where freezing is not a concern, boilers may be laid up wet. What statement concerning a wet boiler layup is true? The boiler should be completely filled with ordinary fresh water, such as potable water, issue from until water issue from the extract vent. The boiler should be filled with deaerated and chemically treated water until the water level is brought to the top of the sight glass. The boiler should be completely filled with deaerated and chemically treated water until water issues from. You don't want to go too high, right? So, for me, it's like I'm gonna mark this because I'm not familiar. So, okay. Do you want chemicals in the boiler? You do dose the boilers on ships. You do dose the tanks. I'm not familiar with the layer procedure. If it was just gonna be laid up. Uh, don't think they even put regular potable water into the boiler. If I'm not mistaken, it's distilled water. I'm gonna go with B. To the site gas with treated water. Mm. The boiler should be completely filled with deaerated and chemically treated water until the water issues from the atmospheric vent. I'm familiar with the atmospheric drain tank, but the atmospheric vent on a boiler. I need to get back on the ship with a boiler, not propulsion boiler, but a ox boilers, because I don't need no propulsion boiler. That ain't way too hot. Various team tests while conducting a fuel oil analysis can be performed on board to facilitate proper certification. What tests provide the key data for selecting the correct purified gravity test for fuel oil centrifugal purifier? Is it ignition quality, water content, or density? That makes the difference for, I want to say, I'm going to mark that one. It's density, okay. If a hydraulic pump is producing a noisy whine when it's in operation, the cause may be if you are hand tapping hose at cast iron, you should tap the hose without cutting away. That was a question I seen yesterday, so better remember that one. In a closed loop process control system, what is the term used to describe the action of measuring the difference between the actual result and the desired result, and using that difference to drive the actual result towards the desired result? Is it feedback, deadband, or gains? I'm gonna go with deadband, but it could be feedback or gain. Feedback. That one time they worded it the way I'm not familiar with. That's exactly what that was. Gotta mark that one, cause that way that word down, it's gonna be important that I know that one for sure. Referring to the illustrated huddling chamber safety valve, what is true concerning the adjustment of the blowdown? See, we had a similar question. It was like, what does turning B does? I'm gonna go with B. Ooh. I like some of these questions. They had questions like this that tie into two questions, so they give you like uh, something like this in that previous question I had, and then if you get one wrong, you can get the next one wrong. But you can't get if I had that first question, then I had this question, then this question is automatic correct. Then if say I had this question, then I get that the first question at the second question, and then that second question is, and I got this one wrong, I can go back to that second question, then go back to this question to get this question right. If that makes sense. So there's a lot of questions like that that helps you answer the next question or the question previously, which it don't matter the order, but there be questions like that that help you answer the questions. But then there be questions that if you chose this answer and then the next question is similar and it's pertaining to it, but it can give you the similar answer choices and you got them both wrong. Those questions was on the test too. I had a few like that where one question tied into it to the next one and I got it wrong. Then there was question like I said that gives you the answer in one question, so you can go back to the previous question if you got it wrong. So what is typically suited for discrete level detection as opposed to continuous level? I want to say differential pressure is more discrete. Or float operated potentiometer. Cause the flow would feel like it would be continuous. I'm gonna go with differential pressure transmitter. Nope. Flow actuated limit switch. I don't think I've seen a flow actuated limit switch before. I seen limit switches, but I just started seeing limit switches to be exact. Let's check that. The primary function of a device is an illustration. Removes all but frictional loads of air. Intensifies the pressure developed by an air compressor during its normal operation. Pre-charge the cylinder of air of an air compressor prior to the startup unit. Opening the discharge valve during the compressor as operations to supply compressed air. What is the function of this? I want to say. I want to say intensifies the pressure developed by the compressor during normal operation. It's like a. Let me look at it. Making it bigger probably won't do nothing for me. Like almost like an expansion valve. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with B. If it ain't B, it's D. It was neither one of them. It was A. It removes all but the frictional load of air at startup. Oh, it be like that sometimes. Sometimes you think you know the answer and then you really don't. It's just like that. That's what it's called. That's why I'm studying. That's why I'm studying to make sure when I take this test next time, I'm better prepared. Y'all know what time it is. It's snack time, y'all. Snack time. What's that right there? Yeah. 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 Those Bucky popcorn, baby. Hey, don't mind the chewing, y'all. I'm hungry. Okay, so I'm not familiar with this one because I don't normally I don't know the criteria for when the Navigator Wireless is just 3 nautical miles. I guess that makes sense. So when you're 3 nautical miles out, you can secure from maneuver in detail. I gotta say, I don't know what type of grease we normally use. I just know it's grease. Is it lithium, calcium, aluminum base? I have no idea. I'm gonna go with lithium because it sounded the best. thermometer used in conjunction with a salinometer. I know you wanna remove water first, then remove solids, right? Or do you want to remove solid, then the water? So you should move the water first, then the solids last. The first one should be to clarify, and the second should be clarified, purified. Oh no, the first one is a purifier, and the second is clarify. So you want to do solids, then water. Makes sense too. If you move the solids first, damn, I forgot already. Oh well. With respect to the shaft bearing, load absorption capability in terms of direction, what does it mean by radial load? Okay, radial load is perpendicular to the axis of the shaft. That's radial load. Yeah. Strainers are commonly used in hydraulic systems to prevent solids from entering the filter, prevent solids from entering the pump. While the illustrated system is operated using a steam supply through F, and the strainer 4 becomes foul. This will result in what? What is true? What statement is true concerning portable? I don't know why I said portable. Portable power tools. Power tools are Nope. I don't know why. Unless the power tool is approved, double insulated type, and ungrounded power tool has the potential to cause a fatal accident due to electrical shock. Bing, bing, bing. We don't want no electrical shocks, no. A ball or roller bearing has an interference field with the house in which it is installed with the hydraulic or amber press. What surface should the sleeve press be applied? The housing. The outer race? Which of the following is true comparing the different class fits for machine threads on bolts and nuts? When it comes to pipe threads, bolt threads, measurements, welding, not my cup of tea. Class 2 fit is looser than 4. When the danger of freezing exists, all steam driven pumps and deck equipment should be cycled at least once a day. Which of the following conditions would prevent steam reciprocating pumps from delivering its rated capacity? Excessive suction lift, air trapped in the discharge expansion chamber, a leaking sniffing valve allow air to enter the suction side of the pump. I'm gonna say all the above because I ain't sure. Ugh, excessive suction lift. What statement is true concerning the arrangement and operation of the viscosity sensor as used for sensing the viscosity? I hate long wordy answer choices. Gotta sift through so much. It's fit with a constant speed, variable capacity pump, a capillary tube which produce a pressure drop at a variable flow which is inversely proportional. Viscosity sensor with a constant speed, variable capacity pump, and capillary tube which produce a pressure drop at a variable flow which is inversely proportional, the constant speed, fixed capacity pump, and capillary tube which produces a pressure drop. At a constant flow. I don't know, but I'm gonna guess D with a constant flow, which is proportional to the oil viscosity. I guess that makes sense. What statement is true concerning a liquid desiccant cargo hold dehumidification system? Water absorbed in the liquid desiccant is evaporated and driven out. This is liquid desiccant. See, there was another question like this, and when it's regeneration, I want to say it's heated. So water is absorbed in the liquid desiccant and is evaporated and driven out by the desk and by means of heating coils located in the regeneration chamber. I want to say that one. It's too similar to this when it comes to cargo hold desking. It's liquid, and the other one is I forgot what the other one is. Vapor. If it has vapor, then it's being condensed. If it has liquid, it's being heated, basically. But I forgot that the other question. A vessel in compliance with federal regulation regarding the discharge of sewage by a vessel is in compliance with federal regulation regarding the discharge of fluids by pumping the sewage ashore to a approved container, holding on board, treating the sewage. That's all the above. Next, steam supply for the operation of low pressure evaporators may be obtained directly from the steam supply for operation of low pressure evaporator. I know steam can come from a main steam line. It can come from a turbine extraction line. I'm gonna go with turbine generated steam supply line. Ooh, turbine extraction line comes directly from extraction line. Freak. On a vessel exceeding 1,600 gross ton, who is responsible for practical upkeep of the machinery and the manning of the engine room? That is the chief engineer. What? The first assistant engineer? So on the 1,600 gross ton, that's the first engineer responsibility. Let me mark that. Which of the forms of communication provides the greatest information richness, which is the amount of verbal and non-verbal information that a communication channel carries? One-on-one, face-to-face. A chief engineer, as a chief engineer, you join the vessel enrolled in a continuous machinery survey. Approximately what percentage of the machinery should be surveyed per year through the special cycle? 50% of it, I guess. Or is that, if that's too much, then 25? 20%? Okay. 50% of machinery is too much, especially on a big ship. But I was I don't know, I was just guessing. An international, coastwide, low-line assignment and certification has been issued to a vessel by the American Bureau of Shipping under the authority of the Coast Guard Regulation 46 CFR for a period of international and coastwide low-line assignment. I'm not sure. I'm gonna say 4 years, 5 years, because I see like when Betsy and them ABS do their inspections and whatnot. The general purpose of heat changer is to heat or cool fluid by means of other fluids. The tool used to prepare copper tubing for insulation of fitting is called a flaring tool Or swagging tool, right? Is it swagging or flaring? Flaring, okay. What statement is true concerning the viscosity index as it applies to lubricating oil? Oil with high viscosity will have relatively low rate of change of viscosity as temperature changes. Oil with high viscosity index will have a relatively low rate of change as of viscosity as pressure changes. I want to go with pressure. Mm. Okay, so oil with high viscosity will have a relatively low rate of change of viscosity as temperature change. That makes sense. I get it. I thought pressure because it would have relatively no change because you can't compress hydraulic oil or oil. What type of direct reading thermometer works on the principle of differential expansion of dissimilar metals as the temperature rises and features a rotary dial scale? I'm just guessing bimetallic. I guess it says dissimilar metals. I should, when it says metals as the temperature rises, I should have just put bimetallic. But I don't know. If the existing vapor pressure is subtracted from the indicated pressure as the pump suction, the remainder is the. If the vapor pressure is subtracted from the indicated pressure as the pump suction, what's the remainder is? Area, apparent net positive head. I don't know. It's either that or total head or pump. I don't know. Okay, got it right. When securing a flash type evaporator for an extended period of time, you should completely drain the unit. Fill the unit with salt water, tightly sealed to exclude air. I mean, I haven't came across none of these really like having to drain a boiler, drain a evap, nothing like that. Which of the listed substances can be satisfactorily removed from diesel fuel by centrifuging? According to 46 CFR regulation pertaining to periodic test and inspection, as related to auxiliary boiler safety, programming control must be checked for proper operation sequence and timing. What function must be checked? Pre-purge and post-purge? Pre-purge and post-purge modulation? Pre-purge modulation? I'm gonna go with that. I don't know if it's right or not. Okay, so it wasn't. Pre-purge, ignition, post-purge, and modulation. A shot anchor chain is equal to what the freak? Why do I need to know how long an anchor chain shot is? God dang it. I ain't in deck. This is engineering. We don't deal with shots on chains. Who the heck put this in here, man? What type of one shot is 15-foot segment or one chain link? 190-foot segment. See, I don't need to know that, but I'm gonna mark it just to. What? This ain't even deck. This ain't deck officer. This is supposed to be engineering. How that question sneak up in here? All right, we're gonna get these guys. We're gonna give them a question. They ain't gonna know. It's just crap, 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 crap. hot water heating system may be the open or closed type and closed type system. What would be the normal temperature range? Mm, hot water heating systems. Is it 180 or 220? I forget. I knew it was one of the two. I should have marked that one too. But it's gonna pop back up. Watch. It's gonna pop up. And the ship officer signs off a trainee successful completion of one or more practical demonstration. They are attached to the trainee's ability to perform the practical demonstration only at the time of the skill, overall competency, knowledge upon ability to perform the specified not only at that time of the demonstration but also for the future. I'm saying ability to perform the specific task not only at the time of the demonstration but also for the future. But then I was gonna say overall competency. That's a tricky one. Ability to perform a practical demonstration only at the time of the test. Okay, that was stupid. When the filtering strainer unit list permits you to clean the element while leaving the system on the line. Duplex. Ooh, right. All right, I'm back. I'm back like good crack. Let's go. Proper hacksaw cutting is accomplished when the pressure is applied only on the front of the hacksaw, front, down. And I don't know. I ain't no forward stroke. Okay. As a result of load or set point change, an additional tool. What are the two additional objectives of a closed loop system? I'm not familiar with this one, so I'm gonna just answer it with a guess. Whoa, that guess was correct. Closed loop control system should minimize the settling time and maximize the residual error. What is the term representing the change of speed required before a speed control governor will initiate corrective action as the load change? Is it sensitivity or promptness? I'm gonna go sensitivity. Deadband. Got that wrong. Got that all the way wrong, cuz. Oh well. Oh well, I got it wrong. So what? It's alright. It's alright. Next question. One of the consequences and continue to operate a centrifugal bilge pump with the discharge valve closed is that the pump will overheat. Is the pump or the motor that will overheat? The pump, not the motor. As a management level engineering officer, you are apt to the primary investigator investigating the root cause of the failure of a piece of machinery and collecting the necessary data for the root cause analyst. What should be your first priority? Consulting with other technical experts, suppliers, and manufacturers, collecting and preserving the physical. I don't know. I don't think like Oh snap! Had to hop off real quick. Quick a steak, but quick a steak. My question is how to get enough followers to watch these streams. As as a management level engineer, you are apt to be the primary investigating the root cause for the failure of a piece of equipment. I'm gonna say collecting and preserving the physical evidence, or interviewing. I'm gonna say interviewing and directly involve Washington domains personnel. Ooh, it was collecting evidence. I was close. See, second guessing, man. That's all it was. So let me look at my calendar. Okay, I have to come up with a schedule starting 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if I start on Monday, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I can better come up with a game plan. Yeah. I won't go through everything like I did the first time. Let's let me sit this to the side real quick. I got some study material. Need to figure out what I struggle with the most. Let's see. Maybe I should do all the short stuff and leave the long stuff for like something I'm really struggling with. Okay. So this is another study guide I can use also. This is Ballast, Belgian Ballast. So hold on. Let me. All right. This thing still don't want to enlarge. For some reason, I don't know. I don't get like why don't it enlarge? Whatever. Basically, I can do these subtopics like 1 week do motor generals, 1 week do motors, Next week, do electrical. Last week, do engine safety. Or I have to do engine safety first. Take a no. Uh, we'll see. And I just pick the ones. See these drop down. These how many questions in this general bank. The biggest section is HVAC operation and repairs. I feel like I'm kind of okay with the HVAC. I don't want to say I'm 100%. I feel like I got a good understanding. Let's just open it up and see what it look like. Don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Put my foot in my mouth either. Okay. These drawings are a lot better. Way better than those other ones. Okay. What letter component shown in the illustration indicates the location of the receiver? The receiver is it's B. No. Let me get my chair ready. It be bothering me. Gotta get the chair fixed. C. In an illustrated single zone HVAC system, what statement represents the relationship between the exhaust, outside air, and recirculation dampener? The more outside air, and recirculation are open, the exhaust, the more exhaust and recirculation is closed. A humidistat initiates the lowering of humidity of the conditioned supplied air to a space, while the actual process is accomplished by what means? Lowering both the cooling coil temperature and lowering the cooling coil temperature and raising the reheating temperature. Oh man, I'll be right back. Gotta go check on the kids. They doing stuff they ain't supposed to. I'll be right back. Oh man, I'm back. Had to go look after the kids for a second. Alright, what is the drive arrangement of a refrigerant compressor shown in figure B? B is welded fully hermetic. The sensing line for the low pressure cutoff switch for a refrigeration system is typically connected at what specific service location? At the discharge compressor outlet, low pressure cutoff, suction service inlet. Uh, shoot. I don't know what's going on, but this thing is tripping. It ain't working like it's supposed to. Whatever. You don't love me like you love me. Whatever. All right. Hard drawn copper tubing is commonly used in larger refrigerant systems. What statement concerning its use is true? Hard drawn copper tube is easily flared. Hard drawn copper is not easily flared, bent, swallowed over in commonly used. Hard copper is easily swayed, so reducing. to prevent damage to the cargo. Dry cargo. The cargo hold ventilation plays a key role in terms of maintenance and dew point. What statement is true? The dew point temperature cargo is normally maintained at a constant temperature regardless of the surface temperature of the cargo. The dew point temperature of the cargo hold is normally maintained 10 degrees below the temperature of the a reheater and a air conditioning system performs what function? Which of the following the area or combination of dry features a core that can be replaced when the desk has become saturated with moisture? D can't be replaced. It looks sealed. C also looks sealed. B looks sealed. A is the only one that doesn't look like a sealed unit, so I'm gonna go with A. In an illustrated refrigerant system, what is the proper name for the component labeled A? The component labeled A in this freezer chill unit is circular. I'm gonna go with a compressor. Some hot gases defrost system reheats the refrigerant just prior to it returning to compressor for what purpose? To improve circulation, to improve efficiency, to prevent the damage of liquid sludging. Low compressor head pressure in a refrigerant system can be caused by which of the following? Low compressor head pressure in a refrigerant system can be caused by which of the following? I say either it's A for air in the refrigerant system or insufficient coolant water. Excessive condensive coolant water. Okay. I'm gonna tag stuff that I don't remember. And the safety head of a most large reciprocating compressor used in refrigerant system are held in place by what means? Held in place. The safety head of most large reciprocating compressors used in refrigerant system are held in place. Heavy coil springs. Okay. Capacity control of a centrifugal refrigerant compressor can be accomplished by what means? Capacity control of a centrifugal refrigerant compressor can be accomplished by what? Varying the position of hot gas bypass valve, varying the speed of the compressor, varying the position of the suction, and the capacity control of a all the above. Okay. Okay. The fluid used as a source of actuating power against the underside of the unloaded power element piston of the refrigeration compressor capacity mechanism illustrated is obtained from where? The fluid used as a source of actuating power against the underside of the piston. Is it A, the discharge of compressor lube oil pump, gas from the compressor, discharge of secondary hydraulic pump, or high side of the receiver? I think if I'm not mistaken, it's the discharge of the compressor lube oil pump. Let's see. So this is the piston. Discharge pressure. That's just oil drain. So this piston's right here. Power unloader. Acting on the piston. Discharge of the compressor lube oil pump. Which of the listed statements describe the reason why oil foaming occurs when starting a refrigerant compressor? This will occur only if the crankcase heaters are used. The phenomenon inherent only in a hermetically sealed unit and is always provisional. If the oil level is not initially high, this condition is a result of agitation created by the movement of mechanical components. This condition is result from low pressure created in the crankcase at startup, causing release of refrigerant absorbed within the oil. Oil foaming. I should know this one. I'm torn between C and D. I want to go with D. Good. The condition is the result of sudden low pressure created in a crankcase at startup, causing a release of refrigerant absorbed within the oil. Which of the following statement is true concerning the gauge labeled A of the illustrated gauge manifold? A is a compound gauge, color coded blue. This is HVAC gauge, used for HVACs, recharging ACs. What type of HVAC system is characterized by poor air distribution and ventilation of low system heat load? That was one of them questions on that other one I was just looking at. And that is variable air volume system. Concerning cargo hold dehumidification, what statement is true? Cargo holds moisture content increased by. You don't want to increase moisture in the cargo hold. You want to keep it down. So we want to reduce. So for this one, cargo hold moisture content is reduced by supplying relatively humid air. You don't want to put humid air in a place that already has moisture developing in it. So cargo hold moisture content is reduced by supplying relatively dry air from the outside and exhausting relatively humid air to the outside. Okay. So this one I'm gonna do. I'm kind of moving kind of slow on these questions. I'm gonna do a timer, and I'm gonna change the time to like, what can I do in an hour? How many can I get to within 1 hour? So far, I got 20 out of 16 so far. I'm taking my time. Give myself an hour and see if I can break these. See if I can break into 100. Get my mind right. Get some water. Turn my lights up. All right. All right, better start this. Let's go. During the initial cool down of a box temperature in a refrigerant system, which device listed is used to prevent excessive gases, pressures at the compressor suction for the purpose of prevention of overloading. Okay. What what pressure drop across an air conditioning filter is indicated as they need to be clean. 0.5 inches of water column in a multi-evaporator refrigerant system. A solenoid valve is installed in the liquid line prior to what device? A solenoid is installed in the liquid line prior to what device? The receiver or the condenser? Each is specified by high pressure liquid solenoid. Okay, I don't. In the refrigerator system, we're short of refrigerant besides. If a refrigerator was short of refrigerant besides elevated box temperature. I don't remember this one. like suction pressure. Continues around the compressor. Referring to the illustrated dual duct, how is the space temperature directly controlled? No, space temperature is controlled by proportion. I want to say A or B. B. Airstream at a mixing unit. If a liquid drying agent is used in a refrigerator system already equipped with a solid drying agent, the liquid drying agent will cause what type of reaction? Concerning the operation of refrigerant system, frosting or sweating of a liquid line is usually indicative of what condition? Frosting or sweating. A liquid line restriction. What type of heating coil is generally preferred in heating spaces with electronic equipment? Thermal heating, hot water heating. Which of the listed statements describe the method used to determine the amount of superheat present in the suction gas leaving the evaporator? Nope. The low side pressure determines the corresponding saturation temperature, and its temperature measured with a thermometer at the thermostatic expansion valve sensing board. No, the low pressure determines the corresponding saturation temperature. It subtracts it from the measure with a thermometer at the thermostatic expansion valve. So does it add it or subtract it? I'm gonna go with add. And it subtract. When installing a mechanical shaft seal on a refrigerant compressor, Extreme care must be taken to prevent what happened. To determine the average cargo hold dew point, at what location would the dew point be measured? The dew point is taken at the ventilation of the supply trunk. Dew point is taken at the ventilation of the exhaust trunk. Yeah. A box solenoid valve used in a multi-box system is operated by electromagnetic action by what control device? A box solenoid valve. What control device? Evaporator outlet temperature actuate thermostat. Box temperature actuated thermostat. Okay. The term oil foam in a refrigeration practice is used to describe what event. This for lubrication from indicate sudden evaporation. And air conditioning system. Moisture is removed from the air by what means? In the air conditioning system. Moisture is either moved by a separator, a filter, or a cooling coil. These questions right here. Dry expansion cooling are usually horizontal, bare coil, thin type and horizontal. Okay. So that must be the sensing bulb that I was thinking about. Okay. Trying downside to popcorn. Those corners always get stuck in your teeth. 42 minutes left. Moisture entering a typical refrigerant system will most likely produce what effect? Freeze expansion valve. Okay. Humidification and regeneration. Which statement is true? The process of cargo air contains no. The process that the chamber that the process the cargo holds contains the cooling coil is known as the humidification chamber. The process that outside air contains the heating coil is known as the regeneration chamber. The process that the outside air contains a cooling coil. I'm gonna go with B. Yeah, that makes sense. Both desks require continuous source of heat to drive the moisture out. both require a continuous source of cooling. Nah. Sludge may be formed in a crankcase of an air conditioning compressor as a result of what condition? Overheating and carbonization of the oil in the crankcase. Excessive charge of refrigerant in a thermostatically controlled air-cooled refrigeration system using a TSV as an expansion device can cause which of the following? Excessive charge. Continuously on farmer, higher than discharge well. If it's overcharged, I'm gonna say it lower the normal box temperature. Nope, higher than normal discharge pressure. Okay. Overcharge equal higher than normal discharge pressure. An evaporator coil of a single evaporator air-cooled refrigerant is accused of excessive frost due to failure of the defrost mechanism. I hate when that happens. If the refrigerator features a thermostatically controlled box solenoid and low pressure cutout control compressor, as well as a high pressure cutout, in terms of the compressor, what will be the most likely operating system? Tag, cause I don't know this one. What would it be? What would it be? Ooh, excuse me. No. Short cycle on low pressure cutoff. Which of the letter components shown in the illustration indicates the high pressure cutout? X, Y, Z. So you got X, Y, and Z, and then you got W. W is on this cooling water side for this cooler. So it probably won't be the high pressure cutout. Z looks, I would say Z, Y, or X. I'm gonna go with Z, X, Y, X, X. So let's go back and look at X. So X coming, and it's coming off the line. This feeds in. Okay, so okay. X is going into the system, so it needed to be released. Okay. Oh man, my back. Adjust these pillows. Make my back more comfortable. Alright, that's better. Ooh yeah, that's better. give me that what they call lumbar support. In the illustrated single zone HVAC system, what statement represents the functioning of the diverter relay as it controls the cooling coil flow and the exhaust outside air recirculating dampener. Divert relay process the rolling as long as the space temperature set point. I don't remember this one, and I got it checked up there already. So it was one. These are one of them questions that I tend to get wrong, and it's wordy and it's annoying. Let's see. The diverter relay process the pneumatic control signal as long as the space temperature is below the thermostat set point. No. The diverter relay what statement is true concerning liquid desk and cargo? Water absorbed in the liquid desiccant is condensed and absorbed into the desiccant by means of heating. You can't condense and absorb it. That don't make no sense. Water is absorbed in the liquid desiccant. Liquid desiccant is evaporated and driven out of the desiccant by means of, you can't evaporate it with a cooling coil. Water in liquid desiccant is evaporated and driven out by means of heating coil located in the regeneration chamber. When a refrigeration compressor has developed a high head pressure as a result of a refrigerant overcharge, what should be done to compensate or correct the situation? Remove some of the refrigerant out the system. We had that issue on the ship I was on recently. And like, oh man, they got swapped from one reefer to the next. And they're like, hey man, we keep getting this high alarm. And I'm like, man, why y'all keep getting this stupid high alarm, man? Shouldn't get no high alarm, you know what I'm saying? It's stupid. But they figured it out. They figured it out. How does refrigerant solenoid valve different from modulating valves? Solenoid valves are used on low voltage refrigerating control, while modulating valves are used on high voltage application. What is true concerning the accumulation of air and other condensable gases in the refrigerant system? Collection of condenser creates a vapor in the liquid room, causes loss of liquid, causes foaming in the crankcase. Collection of condenser, right? Same thing like that. A refrigerant unit will tend to short cycle when operate under what condition? Lack of refrigerant, it will short cycle or during startup. I want to say during startup, but it could be lack of refrigerant. I want to say during startup. Lack of refrigerant. Man, I was close. I was close somewhat. If the running suction pressure of a at the refrigerant compression of a THP controlled air cooled refrigerating system is below normal, to the following can be the cause: running suction, a restriction in the liquid line, overcharge, overfeeding, dirty condenser. I say either A or C. A. When pumping down an AC conditioning system to test the low pressure cutoff switch, assuming the compressor is running, what should be done to initiate the test? Low pressure cutoff switch. The compressor is running. Stop the circulator pump. Stop the compressor. Close the king valve. It's either A or C. I'm gonna go C. C it was. See. I told you. I told you. I can't sing, y'all, but don't judge. Please don't judge me. All right, that's enough of that. When one belt of a multi V belt drive required replacement, what will be required? Ensure the proper belt is dressed and replace the entire belt set. Oh yeah, if the valve labeled D in the illustration is a suction service valve, what will the port at label 7 be connected to? 2 will be connected to the connected to the evaporator outlet. Yeah, cuz Coast Guard Regulation 46 CFR Part 113 requires refrigerant spaces that can be locked from the outside that cannot be opened from the inside to have a audible alarm. Where audible alarm is required at a manned location. That's like somebody don't get stuck in the freezer or the chillers, because it could happen. Those release valves might not release the door, and you get stuck in there freezing because them freezers cold, them chillers are cold. Boy, I'm trying to tell you, man. Sometimes I could be in the engine room or I could be anywhere on the ship, and then we get a freezer alarm. Not like somebody locked in the freezer, but low temperature or high temperature alarm, and then you gotta go in there and look at it. And if it's cold, you could be just been sweating. You gotta go in that cold there. You feel like you better freeze cold. I'm trying to tell you. What type of HVAC system is ideally designed to serve a large public space? Single zone. A reciprocating refrigeration compressor may be tested for leaking discharge valve by stopping the compressor, turning the discharge serve valve all the way in, and then turning the compressor over by hand. If the discharge valves are leaking, the high side pressure gauge will show pressure which way arising and falling with each stroke. I think I had that question on the test also. I got that one right though. Or I didn't have it on the test and I just studied it recently and it's just in my mind. That can be true also. During test to discover why a refrigerant compressor is running continuously, it's determined that the refrigerated space temperature is slightly above normal without ever reaching the desired minimum temperature. Suction and discharge pressure are normal for the corresponding box temperature in this situation. What should you expect? I'm gonna say shortage of refrigerant or air in the system. Leaking door gasket. Man, who'd have thought of that? Not me. When the relief valve opens on a refrigerating compressor discharge line, it discharges high pressure refrigerant vapor to what location? It reverses it back to the suction side of the compressor. Suction side of the compressor. I remember that one for sure. I feel like I'm constantly adjusting my chair to get it to not sag so much. I feel like every time I lean it just lean back a little bit more. To prevent motor overload during the startup of a hermetically sealed centrifugal refrigerating system, what is true concerning the compressor suction gas variable inlet guide vanes? Open until the motor is connected across the line voltage and the current draw is below full load. Open until the motor is connected across line voltage and the current draw is up to full load. Close the motor. Close the motor. It's connected. The current is up to full load. Is it up to full load or below full load? I'm gonna say below full load. Liquid line solenoid valve is stuck closed and won't open. All could be the reason why, except speed too high, pressure difference not large enough, plunger stuck. Superheat set too high. So that's the answer. Okay. Seawater or low temperature central fresh water is typically provided to ships, store, refrigerant plants for what purpose? Conditioning for refrigerant gas. Oh, if this was an actual test, I think I would fail. I got one more question. So I gotta get this one right to pass. If I get 49 out of 70, I pass. So this is how I keep track. So I see I got this many questions. So let me pause it. Or don't pause it. Answer this one question. In addition to pressure, most compound and standard gauges used for refrigeration system are also provided with a scale indicating what parameter. Saturated refrigerating temperature. Skaboosh. Okay. So pause my countdown. I got 49 out of 70. That's a passing grade. That's a 70 if I'm not mistaken. Yep, got a 70. Skadoosh. So if this was my exam, I would pass the exam. All you need is a 70. All right, continue. In a vapor compression type refrigerator cycle, the refrigerant temperature decreased the most when passing through which system? Decreased the most. I want to say compressor. What? Specify decrease the most. I guess when it. I think I seen that question before. I should remember it. Let me go back, tag it. What is true concerning the frost buildup on the evaporator coils of a multi-box expansion refrigerant system? The frost can be removed by passing hot gas through the coil or energizing the defrost heater with the evaporator fan shut down. Ooh. Do you want the evaporator shut down when you defrosting? Or do you want them running? Because they running, it can blow hot air through it. I'm going to say running, but it was shut down. God dang. Refrigerant is not my go-to systems. It's not something I say I'm well versed in. What is the physical state and pressure condition of refrigerant as it enters the condenser of the typical refrigerant system? If it's entering the condenser, it's a low pressure vapor, high pressure vapor going into the condenser. Copy that. Copy that. Refrigeration systems isolation valves are specially designed with back seats as well as front seats. For what purpose are these valves designed in this way? Is it for permit repacking of the valve under pressure while shutting down? I'm gonna say permit packing, not actually removal. That'd be too much. Coast Guard Regulation 46 CFR Part 58 requires the method for relieving pressure of overpressure resides refrigerant system. Which of the following statement complies with this regulation? The relief valve from the receiver must relieve to be to the condenser first. The release valve setting shall be 1.25 times the maximum allowed working pressure. Rupture disc shall burst at a pressure not higher than 10% above the relief setting. I don't remember this one, but I might be the rupture disc may be fitted in series with a relief valve. I'm gonna go with that one. Yeah, that make the most sense in my head. Okay, any refrigerant compressor has developed a slightly high suction pressure, accompanied with an abnormally low suction temperature. The problem could be a result of which of the following? I'm gonna say leaking liquid refrigerant flooding back to the cooling coil. If a refrigerant system equipped with a reciprocating compressor has a liquid line solenoid that leaking during the off cycle, what would this cause? The refrigerant system equipped with a reciprocating compressor has a liquid line solenoid valve that is leaking during the off cycle. So that means high pressure. A noisy compressor operating upon starting. What type of centrifugal fan is characterized by the highest operating efficiency? Is it forward or backwards? forward curve blades, backwards curve blade fans. Okay, let me go back, tag that one. I don't like the way this one look on this one. It looks so old. Concerning the appearing on one set of evaporated coils of a box direct expansion type refrigerant system. What is true? So if it's appearing on one set of coils on a multi-box, the frost will increase the value of superheat. In an air conditioning system, low discharge head pressure associated with a reciprocating compressor can be a result of what condition? Low discharge head pressure. Easy leaky suction valve or insufficient coolant? Let me go with this one. Leaky suction valve. Okay. A box solenoid valve used in a multi-box refrigerator system is controlled by what switching device? A box solenoid what they use in a multi-box refrigerator system controlled by what? Question like that was previously on the test. Good thing I got it right. The rupture disc on a low pressure centrifugal refrigeration unit is used as an overpressure protection device and is set to relieve at 15 psi and most likely lift when the compressor is idle. Where is the rupture disc located? On top of the chiller expansion shell. Boom. That's not more so me knowing it. It was just more so me remembering that answer. B1 Hondo. First thing to do to ensure that a refrigerant unit will not start while undergoing repairs is secure and tag out the circuit. Simple. But I say it's simple, but I get it sometimes. Depending on what you're doing, you just like sometimes just tagging it out. It's a headache. I ain't gonna say it's unnecessary, but it's definitely a headache. And as an electrician, sometimes it's definitely a headache, especially if you gotta go downstairs, cause like the refrigerant box is upstairs, and the reefer box, the reefer unit is downstairs, and you gotta go all the way down to the box just to cut off the evaporator. We end up putting switches on it to cut off the fans. Shout out to my boy Nelson. Gave me a lot of training at my last job. Referring to the illustrated diagram, what type of HVAC system is this? I want to say it's a single zone. Thermal reheated. Hot water. To reheat a hot water system. Okay. Concerning that arrangement, equipment, and associated hose with the illustration, what statement is true? When recovering refrigerants from the central chiller using this method, it's possible to achieve recovery level required by any law. What is one benefit of maintenance of a proper air circulation in an air-conditioned cargo space? Reduce slime and mold. Excessive moisture being collected in the purge unit of a low-pressure refrigeration system could indicate which probe condition. Excessive moisture in a purge unit, improper charging, low efficiency purge. I don't know. I'm gonna go with low efficiency purge. Okay. Leaking condenser chiller tubes. For proper control of air temperature in the air conditioning system, using chilled water, which of the listed conditions should remain constant regardless of load. Chilled water supply temperature. The surging that occurs in a centrifugal air conditioning compressor is a result of what? Low pressure in a condition at low loads, low pressure in the evaporator, low pressure in the evaporator. High low pressure condition. I don't know. I'm gonna go low pressure at the condition of low load. So low pressure in the evaporator at low loads. Concerning the arrangement of equipment, holes shown what? When recovering refrigerant from the central chiller, use this method to minimize chiller freeze over. Any refrigerator system from what location would air analysis gaskets be removed? I don't know. The receiver used in a refrigerator system performs what essential function? Prevents liquid holes in a tire refrigerant charge after system pop down. In the illustrated single zone HVAC system, what prevents the simultaneous flow of steam through the preheated coil and flow? What prevents the simultaneous flow of steam through preheated coils and flow of water through the cooling coils? What prevents it? Question. The supply air ducts thermostat controlling the steam flow is equal to the desired. The supply ducts for controlling the steam flow is set several degrees lower than the desired off cooling coil. Okay. What are the evacuation levels required by the EPA for low pressure refrigerant systems? Levels required for some major repair, but not all. Levels required for minor repair. It's either all major repairs or minor repairs. See, I Knew it too. Ooh, I'm gonna have to rate. In a large refrigerator system, having more than one evaporator, key solenoid valve should be installed in one location. Before the back pressure between the condenser and the receiver, just after the receiver. The air temperature associated with direct reciprocating air conditioning plant is found to be warm, and the compressor is not operating. A service check determined the compressor suction pressure to be above normal cut-in point, with a normal head pressure higher and high evaporator superheat. Which of the following could be the cause of this problem? The air temperature associated with the reciprocating air conditioning plant is found to be warm. I'm saying low pressure control context are stuck on. A reciprocating refrigeration compressor may be tested for a leaking discharge valve by stopping the compressor. Turn the discharge valve all the way and then turn the compressor hand over hand. If the discharge valves are leaking, the compound gauge will show a pressure which reacts in which way, rising and falling with each stroke. Referring to the illustrated diagram, what type of HVAC system is shown? Single zone. I got that wrong last time. Stupid me. Moisture is removed from a refrigerant system by what action? Cut it in a dehydrator. A device used to hold open the refrigerant compressor suction valve during startup to reduce pressure is called what? A cylinder unloader. Bang. So that's 70 out of 100. I could have got 71, but if this was a test, it was a 100-question test, I passed. So on that note, I'm gonna take this victory. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know what I'm gonna do. Take a break, for real. Take a break. I've been streaming for like 4 hours. Take a little break, but I'm done with the stream. I'm gonna do this on offline, the rest of it, and I might come back later today. I was supposed to come back yesterday and play my video game. I did not do that. Man, I probably should have done it. I'll see how I feel today. 2 minutes left on this timer, and it's done. Got to 100 questions. Use the timer to pace myself to help me stay focused and not get sidetracked. But thank you for all the people that popped up in the stream, you know, made a comment, whatever. And I'm trying to get my streaming ships up, so when I go out to sea, I can still do this, just be different, what's it called, content. But thank y'all who showed up, and like, follow, subscribe for me. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. And this is just me doing my. Once again, this was the journey to February 9th. Me becoming an officer, third engineer. Thank everybody for sticking around. Talk to y'all later, y'all. Man, y'all so nice. I appreciate y'all. Who all showed up? Hopefully, we get some more people, like-minded individuals, to look at this stream. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I appreciate.